Cubs and Cards meet again on CSN. And for over a century, these two teams have been battling it out. The Cubs have the division lead this year, but the Redbirds, who swept the Northsiders back in June at Wrigley, can never be counted out. The Cubs and Cards. Since 1892, this rivalry is for you.
Cubs baseball on CSN Chicago is presented by State Farm. One of the great rivalries in all of pro sports resumes tonight. It's the first of a 4-game weekend set as the Chicago Cubs host the St. Louis Cardinals. Welcome to Cubs baseball. It is a scorching hot night with a wind blowing out here at Wrigley Field. Jim DeShays and Len Casper. Let's get to the injury news first. Some more adversity for the Cubs as they'll be without Pedro Strop for the next 4 to 6 weeks.
Yeah, it looked fairly harmless when it first happened last night, but then he was not able to come off the field under his own power. So Strop is going to have surgery on the knee. He's got a torn meniscus. 4 to 6 weeks, and you know, if he comes back in that time frame, he's going to be just fine. There'll still be a week or so left in the season. He can get a few outings under his belt. Who knows? It may prove to be a good thing. He'll have a fresh arm heading into the postseason. Justin Grimm has been on that shuttle lately, recalled from AAA Iowa.
And that should create more opportunities for Grimm and maybe even Joe Smith, recently acquired from the Angels. So let's get to the good stuff. And the Cubs come in with a 12-game lead over the Cardinals, and they're looking for their 10th consecutive win.
Yeah, and the starting pitching has led the way. The starters have been absolutely brilliant over this 9-game winning streak. They're now 30 games above 500. That's a season high. 12 series sweeps. Although the Cardinals have played them tough, the Cardinals came in here in June and swept a 3-game set.
Cardinals right now in position to be a wild card team, but again, 4 games against the first place Cubs. If they have any shot to think about the division, they probably need to win all of them. Mike Matheny, Joe Madden, Cubs Cardinals should be a lot of fun this weekend. We'll get it started next.
In part by your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer, who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all. Ford, inviting you to check out their fuel-efficient lineup at your local Ford store or at localfordstores.com. Southwest Airlines, transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. And by your local Kia dealers. Visit mykiachicago.com to learn more.
Welcome back to Wrigley Field. Probably the hottest night of the summer so far here in the friendly confines. Big crowd on hand as the Cubs welcome in their biggest rivals, the St. Louis Cardinals. Cubs 71-41. Cardinals 60-54. Cubs with a 12-game lead in the division. Cardinals tied for the second wild card spot with the Miami Marlins, who are hosting the San Francisco Giants this evening. And left-hander John Lester pitching against the Cardinals for the first time this season. Here is their Southwest starting lineup. He will face Matt Carpenter. Recently spent some time on the DL. He homered last night in their win over the Reds. Stephen Piscotty has been in a slump as of late. Matt Holliday's in left. Brandon Moss in right. Yadier Molina, first time in a while. He was not an all-star, but he's been terrific at the plate here lately. Johnny Peralta last night with his 200th career homer. Jed Jerko plays all the infield spots. He's at second tonight. Greg Garcia and Carlos Martinez will round it out.
Cubs defensively brought to you by the good folks at Arby's. Chris Coughlin gets a start in left tonight. Fowler center, Hayward right. Bryant, Russell, Zobrist, Rizzo third, short, second, first. David Ross is the catcher today because the Alexis Pursuing Perfection starting pitcher is the lefty John Lester. 23rd time for John this year. 12-4 with a 2.93 earned run average. Len mentioned his first start against the Cardinals this year. Last year he saw him a bunch. 5 times in the regular season plus once in the division series. Pitched to a 2.79 ERA. It was only 1-4 in those ball games.
One correction, the Marlins are off tonight. I was looking at the big board out there, and it's got San Francisco and Miami, but it says no game next to it. Ron Kalpa back at the plate. Chris Conroy at first. The crew chief Jerry Meals at second. And Chicago native Dan Bellino is at third.
Fans with fans on a hot, steamy night. Efficiency very important for the starting pitchers here tonight. Trying to get through the early innings. Economically, save some bullets. Pitch as deep into this game as possible. But do not be surprised if you see an early move to the bullpen.
Chris Bryant plays in on the grass at third against Matt Carpenter. He was putting together an MVP caliber season before he got hurt, and he swings away at the first pitch. Probably doesn't happen a ton, right? Patient guy as Fowler makes a catch.
He's among the league leaders in fewest offerings at the first pitch, so he attempted a little ambush there on Big John. It's just a smart thing to do every now and then. You get that reputation of always taking that first pitch. Every now and then you got to become unpredictable. But it paid off for Lester. We're talking about the efficiency. Boom, 1 pitch, 1 out.
Yeah. Well, Piscotty is playing center.
Hey. Good looking pitch on a hot night.
87 degrees, southwest breeze at 9 miles an hour. Here's the 1-0 from Lester. This one lifted in the air. Out into right, former Cardinal Jason Hayward makes a late adjustment to his right to make the catch.
This is the type of night, whatever you want to call it, that Wrigley Field has earned its reputation. Hot, wind blowing out, sometimes leads to some crazy scores. This ballpark, however, has been pretty pitcher friendly all year. For the most part, the wind has blown in. As I was walking up to the booth this afternoon, I noticed a handful of Cardinal players down in front of the dugout. They're all looking at the flags and pointing and discussing the wind direction.
Matt Holliday takes a strike, 5 out of 9 in his career against John Lester. Nearing some milestones. He's 8 hits away from 2,000, 6 homers shy of 300. And that one bounced in front of the plate. 1-1. Mike Matheny's crew right now in quite a battle for a playoff spot. Much different story last year as they won 100 games.
I believe he did.
And he did. Put into Chris Conroy down at first. 1-2.
It's season number 5 for Mike Matheny managing the Cardinals. He's gone to the postseason the previous 4. Enough of a commitment there from Holiday.
These two teams rank 2nd and 3rd in the National League in runs per game. Cubs at 5.04. Cardinals 4.95.
Cardinals slug a little bit better. Cubs better in terms of on base. Biggest difference between these two clubs: starting pitching and defense.
Cubs give up a run less per game than the Cardinals do, as Lester gives up the 2-out single. Holiday now 6 out of 10 against John. And here's Brandon Moss. Cardinals today put Matt Adams on the disabled list, left shoulder inflammation. Moss had some DL time with a sprained left ankle, missed 23 games, and came back on August 2nd. He's playing right.
Interesting that Mike Matheny's got him in the middle of the order here tonight against John Lester. Moss has not hit a home run against a left-handed pitcher this year.
Swing and a miss.
I say that. I kind of wince when I say that, when the big guy like Moss up there swinging it. 2 out of 9 in his career against Lester. He's hit 18 home runs this year, all against right-handed pitching. Batting average against lefties of 200.
Soft liner is over Russell, and in front of Coghlan. Here comes a throw to third, and Holiday beats it. An aggressive maneuver there with 2 outs, but it pays off.
Yeah, and that's kind of been the buzzword with the Cardinals under Mike Matheny. Aggressive, really push things on the bases. They made a lot of outs on the bases this year. This is not really a smart play. Gets away with it. Two outs in the inning. Probably better off dropping anchor at second base.
So John got 2 outs on 3 pitches, right? He was just going to cruise through this first, but then the Holiday single, Moss with a base hit, and it's Yadier Molina, who's been on base at least once in each of his last 23 games. Rizzo can't get it. Cardinals lead 1-0. 3 consecutive 2-out hits.
Holidays was sharply hit. Moss with a little flare into shallow left, and now Matheny just punches this ball down the first baseline. A play Anthony's normally going to make. This time he did not. He just beats that ball into the ground.
It's interesting you misspoke and called him Matheny, but Mike Matheny at one time was a Cardinal catcher. And
oh no, that's Molina's nickname. It's not. It's kind of an insider thing. Only a few of us know it.
Oh, okay.
We call him Matheny.
Good save. Here's Peralta.
Matheny we call Yadier. Inside deal.
Peralta hit his 200th career homer last night. Lines to the third baseman, Chris Bryant, to end the inning. Cardinals, though, get 3 2-out hits and lead 1-0. Beverage Depot. If Dexter Fowler gets a hit, Benny's will donate $100 to the Greater Chicago Food Depository. Rest of your Cubs Southwest starting lineup after Fowler. It'll be Chris Bryant and Anthony Rizzo, a couple of MVP candidates. Ben Zobrist in the cleanup spot. Addison Russell, big insurance homer last night in the 8th. Jason Hayward in right. Chris Coghlan first start in over a week. He plays left. Ross and Lester 8 and 9, as we usually see when John is on the mound.
Cardinals defensively brought to you by Arby's. As I mentioned, this group has struggled. 83 errors, second most in the National League. Holiday, Piscotty, Moss cover the outfield. Hey, Moss covers that. Never mind. Peralta, Garcia, Jerko, Carpenter, third to first. Carpenter making his 4th start at first base. Molina, the catcher. And Carlos Martinez, the Lexus starting pitcher here tonight. And he's a good one. 10 and 7 with a 329.
Where's Mike Ivey when you need him? First pitch strike to Fowler.
Martinez can really light up the radar gun. That one though at 90, kind of goose that one in there.
59th career start. He leads the Cardinals with 10 wins.
I mean, 3 pitches into this, but it looks like he's really trying to be effortless with his delivery here. And at times he'd get a little erratic, get a little out of sync, trying to overthrow. So maybe that's the game plan here. Just try to create some movement early, get some ground balls. So fastball, and you know he can get upper 90s. His average fastball this year is right around 96 miles per hour. Has a good changeup, slider, and occasionally a curve.
Called strike 3. And the breaking ball. Fowler didn't like it.
Slider Dexter thought was in. And Copa thought it caught the corner. Martinez has been a road warrior, man. 6-1 with a 2.28 ERA on the road.
Cardinals have the best road record in baseball. They're well over 500. 32-21 on the road, 28-33 at home.
I wonder when the last time the Cardinals had a losing record at home was.
A story that Mike Matheny, John Mozeliak, they talked about changing up the routine a bit at home to try to figure out why they have struggled. The guess here is that it is.
Yeah, I'm with it.
Because it is.
It just happens. Yeah.
1-2 on Bryant.
Sometimes I think you're better off, if you're the manager, the general manager, kind of disregarding that, because then you can really make it a mental thing of the players.
Rizzo next. Called strike 3 on the outside corner. No argument from Bryant that time. Martinez, he likes to bounce around out there. Very emphatic in his reactions.
Come on back. Two-seamer catches the outside corner. Yeah, he's a high energy guy.
Last night, Anthony with his 15th game-winning RBI. Tied for the major league lead in that department with Daniel Murphy. Back in April in St. Louis, Rizzo took Martinez way out of Busch Stadium. Cubs 4-2 in St. Louis, 0-3 against the Cardinals here. His spot. It's 2-1.
Figure you're going to have to lean on the lefties to do damage tonight against Martinez. He's really shut down right-handed hitters. Right-handed batters hitting 195 against him. Just 2 home runs. He's done a very nice job keeping the ball in the ballpark. 11 home runs total allowed. High ground ball rate. Just 24 years of age, a 14-game winner last year.
Taking much time between pitches. Rizzo trying to give everybody behind third base a souvenir foul ball. Night, day, day, night for this 4-game series. Popped up, Peralta makes the catch, and the Cubs go down 1-2-3 in the first, trailing 1-zip.
Yourself the respect for this game to come out and grind it out, whether it's hot or whether it's freezing cold. And yes, some guys are having a bad time, and whoa, you cannot say woe is me at this level. You cannot do it. Everybody's too good here. Nobody feels sorry for you because everybody's been humbled. Today's game, it's going to happen again. But I know one thing, starting tomorrow, we're back fresh. Starting tomorrow, we're going to get after it here. And those who don't want to get after it, I will find somebody else who does. Because in Las Vegas, there's a whole clubhouse full of guys who want to sit in this room, and I'll find them. That's all I got to say. I'm done.
A fiery Terry Collins after his Mets team was shut out today by the Diamondbacks 9-0 to complete a series sweep. The Mets are 10-16 since the All-Star break. And as you see, they're at the 500 mark. 2.5 games behind the Cardinals. And the Marlins. Chris Maloney, the third base coach, just got smoked in the left foot. That screamer off the bat of Jed Jerko. He says, I'm all right.
Well, need to play a little deeper. TC, I love it, man. He was fired up.
Yeah. Las Vegas is their AAA club.
The Mets lost 12, I think, last night, and then had to come back and play an early day game today. Got thumped. He's always been a fiery guy.
You know, for all the talk about the running game against John Lester, it's been really Noah Syndergaard. They ran wild again on him today. 4 stolen bases for the Diamondbacks. Base stealers are 36 out of 40 against Syndergaard this year.
Yeah, it's been an issue in a couple of John's games, but for the most part, They've been able to neutralize the running game.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. It's his first strikeout. A reminder, Cubs baseball on CSN Chicago is presented by State Farm. There's Greg Garcia 0 for his last 17. Aledmys Diaz is on the DL. He's got a broken right thumb.
Just put Matt Adams on the DL. Trevor Rosenthal, the former closer, on the DL.
Michael Wacha. One of the big truths in the Terry Collins rant, I mean, it is 110% true. Nobody feels sorry for you at this level.
No, not in any real meaningful way.
No,
only oh man, feel bad for you, bro, but they don't really mean it way.
You can say, well, we've been banged up this year, and those are reasons, but managers don't like to use those as excuses.
Yeah, and you know, you got to allow a manager to vent every now and then. They're under so much pressure. So clearly, you know, I guess the thing is he reacting just to a tough stretch of games, or did he see something in his team that justified his response? I was looking at their box score. Obviously, the pitching wasn't good today. They committed 1 error, but I was just looking at the hitters in the lineup, and 4 at bats, 10 pitches seen. 3, you know, no, it wasn't like they were quote unquote grinding out at bats. So maybe that's what got them rankled. We didn't see a whole lot of fight in this club once they got down.
Yeah, the wins and the losses definitely matter, but for most managers, it's not about the results. It's about kind of the vibe and how the manager feels the team played. I'm sure Joe would give you examples of, hey, there have been games we've won 5-0, and I haven't been happy with our effort.
Yeah, well,
we lost 5-0, and I felt like we gave a great effort.
And I think, you know, Joe's not a big believer in clubhouse meetings. He doesn't do them in his home ballpark. Doesn't want to create a bad vibe, as he says.
Martinez strikes out, and the Cardinals go in order in the second after getting 1 in the first.
Fans, tickets are still available for next week's 4-game series with the Brewers, which includes a day-night doubleheader. Don't miss any of the action here at Wrigley Field, visit Cubs.com to get your tickets.
Ben Zobrist will start it for the Cubs. Martinez into his motion. Fastball misses high and outside. 2 strikeouts and an infield pop-up. The Cubs first, 2-0. Game 3 of a 10-game homestand. Starting a 4-game series against the Cardinals and then another 4-gamer against a division opponent. Next week, the Brewers come in. 4 games in 3 days.
This might be taking 2 here. Won't need to.
First base runner for the Cubs. Leadoff walk, and here comes Addison Russell. Tied his home run total from his rookie season last year with number 13 in the 8th last night. Nice insurance run.
Cubs just missed 3 or 4 occasions last night, but Russell providing a big insurance run. And so good here in his home ballpark.
PNC upcoming schedule in graphic form. Day game tomorrow. Hopefully we'll stave off the rain that's in the forecast. Matinee Saturday, Sunday night game of the week, and then the makeup doubleheader Tuesday, followed by 2 more against Milwaukee. 1-1 on Russell. That looked like a good pitch, but Martinez couldn't get the call. Cubs have won 9 in a row. They're 19-6 after a 5-15 stretch right before the break. Their last single season 10-game winning streak was a 12-gamer in 2001. One and 2 on Russell. Here it is. It's off the inside corner.
What would Ernie Banks say? 8 was great, 9 was fine. Let's get to 10 and do it again.
11 is heaven.
Good take. Yeah, that's a chase slider there for Martinez. The ground ball pitcher. Double play in order here. So Zobrist runs a Molina for the first time in his career below league average, throwing out would-be base stealers.
Zobrist was not running.
Yachty's losing his edge a little bit back there. If the pitchers just haven't been giving him much of a chance. For his career, he has thrown out 43%. This year, 21%.
Looks into his dugout before giving Martinez this sign. Looks like the slider's coming. And ball 4.
Yeah, back-to-back walks. Martinez asking Ron Culpa if that pitch was high. Culpa said, yeah, it was. According to our Toyota pitch tracks, it was in the zone. Look at Copa. He's down on one knee, so he's really, you know, I'm sure in his mind he's setting his eyes at the top of the zone.
So 2 on, nobody out for Jason Hayward, who turned 27 on Tuesday. Inside corner, it's a strike. First year with the Cubs after signing an 8-year free agent contract. Spent last year with St. Louis, hit career best .293. Double play ball. 4-6-3. 25th double play, coaxed by Martinez, leading all National League pitchers.
Yeah, and I'm sure Joe's got that matrix of outcomes. I'm sure he was fearful of that very thing happening with Martinez on the mound and Hayward at the plate. Not only does he hit the ground ball, but sharply hit, and that makes it easy for the Cardinals to turn that double play.
That'll leave it up to Chris Coghlan with a runner at third and 2 outs. All 5 of his home runs this year were hit with the A's. This is Coghlan's first start in 9 days. Zobrist the runner at third. Coghlan late swing and fouled off.
So there's 2 ways to combat that if you're Joe Madden and with Hayward up in that situation. One, ask him to bunt, which I don't feel really good about doing as you get near the bottom of your batting order. 2, send the base runners. Nobody likes to do that with nobody out for fear of a line drive triple play. So you just kind of hang in there and hope for the best.
Martinez going from the windup with a runner at third. Changeup is hit on the ground at first. Carpenter to the bag unassisted. Cubs come up empty after the 2 leadoff walks.
Third, this is your Coors Light game report. Matt Carpenter leading things off here for the Cardinals. Of course, he and Jake Arrieta, former teammates at TCU, had a at the All-Star game this year. Of course, Jake Arrieta there as well. He'll get to face him tomorrow afternoon. And he said, guys, they had all kinds of competitions back in college. More competitive off the field than on it. It didn't matter if it was ping pong, bowling, swimming. They were always trying to beat one another, and He'll get a chance to go up against, of course, Arrieta tomorrow. Must-see TV. But the other thing I found really interesting that he said about Jake was that he was more surprised by the success that he wasn't having with Baltimore than when he saw him last year. Of course, his NL Cy Young award-winning year. And he said, that's the Jake I always knew he could be. So high praise from a guy who will get to go up against him tomorrow afternoon.
Thanks, Kelly. It's a strike on Carpenter. And in his career, including last year's playoffs, Carpenter 1 for 21 against Arrieta. Just missed. Let's look ahead. Wainwright, Arrieta. Scheduled starters tomorrow. Luke Weaver, his major league debut. Kyle Hendricks on Saturday. Mike Leake, John Lackey. The Sunday night matchup.
That one might take 90 minutes to play. Yeah. Those two guys going.
Air ball into right center. It'll be Hayward. He's right in front of Fowler.
Yeah, the Cardinals calling up Luke Weaver to join the rotation. They just called up the other day Alex Reyes, a top pitching prospect. They're using him out of the bullpen. He can get up over 100 miles per.
Scotty 8 for his last 52. Doing a fly to right in the first inning tonight.
He's been really good against southpaws. 336 batting average, 437 on base, 633 slug against lefties.
Strike. So going into tonight, last turn through the rotation, starting with Lester on Friday in Oakland. The starting staff 5-0 with an 0.96. 4 runs allowed by the Cubs starters over those 5 games. Change up. 2-2.
Yeah, it's been quite the show. 1 through 5, everybody dealing. Jason Hamill coming back and performing the way he did last night after being away from the club on the bereavement list, dealing with family health issues.
He got him on the curveball.
Jason. 7 shutout last night. And Scotty having trouble with the curve.
Respect to Jason Hamill, and we certainly respect his privacy with the family situation. He was on the bereavement list, but to come back from that situation and do what he did last night was really impressive. So that's a pro right there to come back and deal like he did. Oh! 1-1 to Holiday. Started that 2-out rally with a single in the first inning and scored on the Molina hit.
Holiday pull on the infield pretty much straight away in the outfield. Has really good power to the alleys. And those big strong guys, you got to make sure you do your work inside on. Don't let him lean out over the plate.
One hopper to Bryant. Plenty of time, and the inning is over. Back-to-back 1-2-3s. Lester settling in after giving up those 3 straight hits in the first.
And an official Cubs MasterCard debit card only available at your local Wintrust Community Bank. Go to wintrust.com/Cubs to learn more. Member FDIC.
David Ross leading off the Cubs third. They do not have a hit off Martinez. Back-to-back walks in the second to start it. Got a double play ball off the bat of Hayward. Inside for ball 1. So breaking ball for a strike. Martinez from Puerto Plata, the Dominican Republic, about 3 hours from Santo Domingo. He was a shortstop growing up, switched to the mound before he signed with Boston. 2009 was when he signed. The contract shortly after that was voided. Served a suspension and he signed with the Cardinals. There's number 18 in honor of the late Oscar Taveras, his friend and teammate who died in a car crash in the Dominican in October of 2014. I don't think there's any question, JD. The Cardinals missed him late last year. He did not pitch in the postseason against the Cubs. He was shut down in late September with a shoulder strain.
Yeah, he's got the best stuff in their rotation. Likely will be that guy, and you know, Reyes next year could step into the rotation, so they got 2 big armed right-handers. This guy draws comparisons to Pedro Martinez. You know, not a real big guy, but loose arm action, great velocity, outstanding changeup.
This 2-2 is hit on the ground to Garcia at short. Easy play. 1 out. This Sunday, August 14th, Cubs battle the Cardinals at 7:05, and up to the first 5,000 kids in attendance will receive a Clark hat presented by Velveeta. For more information or to purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com.
And a big shout out to big Cub fan Matt Leslie, who successfully defended his dissertation today, and from this point forward will be known as Doctor.
Congratulations. John Lester flying to Piscotty. Well, when will it be shortened to just Doc?
Doc, yeah.
You have to go through a period where you're Doctor.
Yeah, and he probably wanted you. If it were me, I would make sure everybody referred to me as Doctor for a while. A Southsider had to be converted to Cub fandom. Fully on board now. Whether he likes it or not.
There's the patient Dexter Fowler, called out on a borderline strike 3 in the first. Second in the National League, and pitches seen per plate appearance, 4.35. It's foul. You're wondering, Jason Worth is number 1. 4.5 pitches per plate appearance. Mike Napoli leads the majors, 4.6. Trout and Fowler 3 and 4. Holiday makes the catch, and the inning is over. No hits allowed by Martinez through 3 as he has a 1-0 lead. Do everything you can to keep cool tonight. Speed action. Cubs and Cardinals matching up in the National League postseason for the first time ever. Cubs eliminating the division winners in 4 games in that division series last October. One 1-0 on Brandon Moss. 2-0. If you missed the news earlier, Pedro Strop, torn meniscus, left knee. Surgery scheduled for tomorrow. We're looking at 4 to 6 weeks he'll be out. He's on the DL. Justin Grimm is back. from AAA Iowa to replace him. Cubs are hopeful Pedro will be back mid to late September and be ready to go for a potential postseason run. And ligament damage, that's the good news. It could have been worse.
Yeah, and being a bullpen guy, he doesn't need to go back and build up, to get a bunch of innings under his belt to be back ready to pitch at the big league level.
He'll be fresh.
He will be fresh.
3-2 on Moss. Molina next. Or Matheny, whatever your nickname is for him.
McCarver.
Cardinal catchers with a surname starting with M. Go. You already named 3 of them. Over under on the undershirt count for John Lester tonight is 3. Jason Hamill needed to change that shirt 3 times last night and wasn't nearly as hot as it is tonight. Got him. Let's check in with Kelly once again.
Well, guys, talking about Pedro Strop out 4 to 6 weeks with the torn left meniscus, feeling fortunate, and said to the group of reporters before the game this afternoon that had it not been, his doctor said, for Javier Baez stopping him from turning and throwing to first, that it would have been a lot worse. It could have been a torn ACL, more than likely on top of the MCL. And so the irony to this being that Javier Baez is still learning himself, right, when to make the throw, helped out Pedro Strop last night.
Thank you, Kelly. Molina trying for 2, and he'll get in standing. He's 2 for 2. Let's go back to the injury, and what worried me, JD, is that it looked like a fairly benign play, and the fact that he could not put any pressure on the left leg. Usually those are bad, but again, it definitely could have been worse. That's a shortstop. He grew up playing
just trying
the
to make a
infield.
play. Yep.
Yeah, he's never going to take that away from a guy. And he's a part-time left fielder.
He's just a ball player. And Molina doing the dance out there off of second base.
When you watch him run, it's amazing to think he has 3 stolen bases this year, but he does.
Mm-hmm. He continues to take that aggressive secondary lead. Don't be surprised to see David Ross take a shot at him. Zobrist can sneak in behind him.
Injury plagued year for Peralta. 73 games missed total. 2 DL stints due to a left thumb issue, but last night a milestone. Home run number 200 in his major league career. He's hit in 6 in a row since returning from his second stay on the shelf.
It's not a real long list, is it? Shortstops with 200 home runs or more.
I think so. No? Two balls, 2 strikes.
Lester doing a good job here of basically not paying attention to Molina, because he's getting such a huge lead that could be very disconcerting for a pitcher. He's checking on him.
On the ground, Molina will make third. So that big lead does allow Yadier to get to third. 2 outs in the inning. By the way, if you're going to be technical about it, as a shortstop, Peralta has not hit 200 home runs. He's played some other positions. But as a shortstop, there are 6 players all time who've hit 200.
Yeah, I was going with the filter of shortstop being his primary position.
Well, even then, it wouldn't be that long a list. But
yeah.
Cal Ripken, the all-time leader, 345. A-Rod, 344. Miguel Tejada, Eric Jeter, Jimmy Rollins, Troy Tulowitzki. That's it. Peralta 173 as a shortstop, 13th all time.
Yeah, we're in the era of the slugging shortstop. You think back to the 70s, 60s, 70s. Most of those, just great glove men, rangy guys, maybe hit 220, very little power. Jerko's been breaking out the power bat late in the year.
Wilson Russell, 26 career home runs. Just 22 years old. Hard to remember that he was a second baseman last year. He was really good over at second. And eventually swapped spots with Starlin Castro. 3-1. Ball 4.
Yeah, it's a dangerous bat down near the bottom of the order there. Once John got behind, well, he doesn't like to give in anyway, regardless of the situation, but he was not going to throw Jerko a cookie there in the hitter's count. Start fresh with the weaker hitting left-handed batter. So now it'll be interesting to see what Jerko does on first base with Molina on third. Will he take liberties? You have to assume so. He hasn't tried to steal this year. But if he was paying attention to the lead Molina was getting.
Foul strike on Garcia, the grandson of former Major League manager Dave Garcia. He's done some damage against the Cubs 2 years ago. First career RBI, game-ending bases loaded hit by pitch. Bottom of the 12th against the Cubs. Ground ball to Zobrist. His first career homer came against the Cubs last year. 1-0 St. Louis in the 4th.
field advantage. And now leaders on base percentage in their home ballpark. You see the Cubs trailing just the Pirates and the Rockies.
A lot of tweets asking about Ernie Banks. The list I looked up was since 1974 on the shortstop list. Ernie hit 266 homers as a shortstop, so he would rank very favorably on that list. Those were hit well before 1974. We do not have the way back list. He had more plate appearances as a first baseman, about 500 more than he did as a shortstop, but he hit 56 more homers as a shortstop than he did as a first baseman. 2-1 on Bryant. He had some big homer seasons early in his career, more so than late. 2-2. And video of late Mr. Cub will conduct the 7th inning stretch tonight.
Cubs still looking for their first knock.
Swing and a miss. Strike 3.
He is pitching the baseball here tonight. At times we've seen Martinez just rely on stuff, reaching back and throwing 96. But a lot of changeups behind in the count. He's showing a good slider. He's taking a little off his fastball at times to create movement. A little hiccup in the second with back-to-back walks to get that inning started, but he cleaned it up, getting the double play ball off the bat of Jason Hayward.
That'll be fair. Cubs on the hit board. Rizzo on his way to second. Might be thinking 3. He is. Relay throw. Hits him. It's a triple.
Now Brandon Moss trying to play that carom off the wall. Had that ball die on him, and that allows Anthony to go from second to third. Moss trying to play an angle, but the Ivy helping out, redirecting that baseball. That's a little local knowledge there.
Infield in, grounded to second. Rizzo holds. Zobrist is out.
Golden Rhino able to leg out the triple. Zobrist couldn't cash it in, and now here comes Russell. As we mentioned last time, awfully good in this ballpark. A big chunk of those RBIs have come here.
Foul tip, strike 1, 99 miles an hour.
Yeah, talking about that, you know, under duress and on third base, he's able to reach back and get a little more. Martinez as well.
Sure does. This will get out of play. Ground ball to third. This will get Martinez out of it as Peralta makes a play. And the inning is over. Cubs cannot get Rizzo in after the one-out triple. 1-0 Cardinals. You can follow Patrick Mooney, and you should follow Patrick, our Cubs insider, all season long at CSNChicago.com, presented by Nationwide's Jeff Vukovich. Serving the community for 38 years. Go to jeffvuk.com. Nationwide is on your side. Cubs have had a couple of chances against Martinez, who's batting to lead off the 5th inning. And bunts through strike 2. Back-to-back walks to start the 2nd, then the one-out triple by Rizzo in the 4th. Both times he got out of it. Just got a piece of it.
Can handle the bat a little bit. Hitting .238 after his strikeout in the 2nd. Yeah, I'm going to go with a 6 undershirt night for John tonight. We could refresh after every inning.
Ross wants fastball in, and it's up instead. 2-2. It is a hitter's environment. Wind is blowing straight out toward the 400 marker. And it's hot. He bounces to Bryant. Great throw, but Rizzo makes the play.
On Tuesday, August 16th, Cubs Brewers 7:05. Up to the first 10,000 early arriving fans will receive a Joe Madden Manager of the Year bobblehead presented by Benjamin Moore. For more information and ticket availability, visit Cubs.com. Boom.
Good head of hair right there.
Groovin'. If you pulled the string, if it was a talking doll, it's a beautiful thing, man. I That's what I want to give away. That's the next one. Yeah, the talking Joe Madden doll. Pull the string. It's a beautiful thing. Pull it again. It talks about the moment.
Bounced foul. Yeah, lots of good possibilities.
Billy Miller down there coaching first, the former Cubs hitting coach. Tremendous fundamentals fielding that ground ball.
Carpenter recently missed 24 games with a sprained oblique. All-star this year for the third time, but unable to play due to injury.
Big numbers. On base, a 415, 567 slug. Hangs in there well against left-handed pitching. Walks just about as much as he strikes out. Tell you what, it won't take the bullpen guys long to get loose in a night like tonight.
Cubs did not hit on the field today. Cardinals did. As Carpenter fans. Esther with number 5 tonight. I'm not sure it would have mattered what the temperature was today, though, because the Cubs did hit on the field each of the last 2 days. Rarely would you see them do it 3 days in a row. The philosophy is less is more.
Especially this time of year.
Yep. Swing and a miss.
Yeah, we were talking about Joe earlier when we showed that video of Terry Collins getting a little heated at his post-game press conference in New York, and I mentioned that Joe, rarely calls a clubhouse meeting. He referenced the time he did it in Tampa, but it wasn't in his home ballpark. I think they were in Kansas City because he doesn't want to create a toxic environment at home. And he also doesn't like to do it. Well, first of all, he doesn't like to do it, period. But when his team is struggling and his team loses, he's more likely to do it when his team is playing well, winning games. If he feels like guys are starting to slip a little bit in their approach when they're winning, that's when he's going to jump on people. As much as Joe jumps on anybody.
Two to Piscotty, and he just got a piece of the curveball.
The model for a lot of teams over the years would be, you have the manager as kind of the bad cop, the tough guy, and then the bench coach would be the good cop, and kind of soften the blow and kind of come in after the storm and say, yeah, he's just a little upset, and just need to tighten things up here a little bit. I don't know if there really is a bad cop on that staff.
No, I think the bad cops are players when they need to be. Veteran guys. One thing you can be sure about is the Terry Collins rant will be all over the tabloids and the back sports page tomorrow. Called strike 3, and the inning is over. Halfway home on a sizzling Thursday night. Cardinals 1, Cubs 0. 1-0 Cardinals. They got their run with 2 outs in the first inning. Starting pitchers have been good. Pitch to Jason Hayward is a strike. He bounced into a rally-killing 4-6-3 double play in the second. I mentioned earlier, Hayward spent 1 year with the Cardinals last year. What a neat thing Mike Matheny did when they acquired Hayward. He knew that Hayward wore number 22 as an Atlanta Brave. He also understood why he picked number 22. It was in honor of a high school teammate named Andrew Wilmot, who was killed in a car accident while in college. Now, Matheny had long worn number 22, not only as a Cardinals manager, but as a player. Unsolicited, Hayward did not ask. Matheny said, I want you to wear your number. So Mike went to 26 last year. And when Hayward signed with the Cubs, he got his 22 back. Nice way to welcome one of your new players.
Yeah, absolutely.
Be some politics sometimes with those uniform numbers. There's Coghlan. Main routine for Joe has been to get Baez in at third with Lester starting. A lot of ground ball action on that left side, but Coghlan had not started in over a week, so he wanted to get Chris in there tonight. That's why Bryant is playing third. We'll see some Baez in the lineup this weekend for sure. 2-0. Joe liked this matchup of all 4 games for Chris against Martinez. 3-0. Walked him. There's David Ross. If you hear the cicadas, we can too. There's not much we can do about it. It's that time of year.
Listen carefully enough, it sounds like a squealing pig.
I prefer not to think about it. Ross went around.
David likes to jump first pitch fastball. Martinez threw him that slide ball, and he couldn't check. That's going to be important to get Chris Coghlan some playing time. Try to get him into a little bit of a groove. Depending on what happens with Tommy La Stella, Chris could be an important guy off the bench.
To follow up the Hayward story, Addison Russell gave Hayward 22. And switched to 27 in honor of Eddie George this year. High fly ball as the wind tries to grab hold of it, and it's off the top of that wall right near the basket. Coghlan trying to get to third, and he is saved. Well, they may have gotten him. Mike Matheny will want another look. Peralta held on to the ball. It was a really close play, and it could be a huge call.
Yeah, well, Ron Copa rotated down to third base to make the call. He must have seen that. I must believe that Peralta missed the tag because the ball was there in plenty of time. Yeah, well, he stuck the glove in between the hands, and it looked like the right hand of Coghlan. At least on that look, it looked like Chris was able to get the right hand in as Peralta lays the glove down.
You're right. Excellent maneuver by Coughlin to get in. That's big. Second and third, one out. Mike Matheny's still asking Ron Kulpa to hang on.
Oh, he's got the ball in the hand. He's got the ball in his hand.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, well, I was surprised. Chris had the play in front of him, and I was really surprised. And maybe you could tell by the way I went, no, that he ran to third base on that play.
Cardinals will not challenge. How did that ball not get out?
I don't know. And
it's a double for Ross.
The way the wind is blowing here tonight, and the way it was hit, as high as it was hit, you figured it would drift on out of here.
The bottom of the basket. It might have hit.
Yeah, I think it hit just below the yellow line there.
Infield way in. John Lester came off the bench 2 Sundays ago and beat the Mariners. So they're expecting a possible bunt here. And they pitch out and a throw to third. Coughlin back.
Thinking possibly squeeze.
Yep, that ball hit the basket. He missed a home run by an inch. So will Joe do the usual, let him take his hacks here until he gets to 2 strikes?
Well, the Cardinals are defending the bunt so aggressively. I think that changes the thinking a little bit for Joe. If he gets to 2 strikes and they back off a little bit, I wouldn't be surprised to see him bunt. Now Matheny saying he wants Martinez to go from the stretch to tighten up the lead of Coughlin a little bit at third base.
Showing bunt, 1-1. Long pause by Martinez before the pitch inside. See what the Cardinals infield does now.
I'm guessing they don't back off.
There's the bunt. Here comes Coughlin, and he'll be tagged out by Martinez. What an athletic play by the Cardinal pitcher. He didn't even have to throw it to Molina. So first and third for Fowler with 2 outs.
It's a safety squeeze, a replay for Coughlin. He sees the ball down, he comes streaking home, but the ball bunted sharply right back to Martinez, and as soon as he lets that ball go, he's charging home. A rare one unassisted put out on a man trying to score.
Carpenter plays behind Lester at first. Ball 1 to Dexter. By the way, I want to see where Coghlan was again when that ball hit the top of the basket. Talked to Brandon Hyde about that particular play. It is a totally defensible play to tag up there, because what that ball did, as we said, it's very hard to do, to hit it where it hit. It was so high in the air. The two best possibilities there, JD, are Piscotty catches it and home run.
Right. Yeah.
Right?
And that's the tag on a ball hit that high to the outfield. Tagging up is the play,
because you want to get in scoring position.
You assume it's either going to fly out of the ballpark or be caught.
So that's why Coghlan tagged.
Yeah. If there's not such a high trajectory, then you go just shy of second base. But he's tagging, hoping to get to second base on the catch, and that's what surprised. I was surprised that he pushed it on to third base, but he got away with it.
Yes. In this small yard, it's again very tough to hit a ball off the basket and have it not be a home run. Full count, 3-2. In fact, there was a play earlier this year, and Addison Russell didn't tag on almost the exact same play. We're talking about whether he should have or not. Lester goes on 3-2, and Fowler fouls.
Yeah, that's the kind of play that if he's standing there just shy of the bag and Piscotty catches the ball in center field and Chris has to run back to first, you're thinking, why on earth didn't he tag?
Another 3-2. And he lines right to Carpenter, so another escape job by Martinez. That's 3 times here in the first 5 innings. He has averted danger. 1-0. '2003 All-Star. who led the Cubs to within 1 win of the World Series. Monday night, CSN catches up with former Cub phenom Mark Pryor on a brand new Inside Look presented by Cadillac, premiering at 7 on CSN Chicago. Matt Holliday's a tough guy. And we can show you just how tough he is. We'll still show you, even though it's going to make a quick out. Andrew Kashner at the time pitching for the Padres in July. 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Got hit in the face. Came out of the game. Was back in the lineup. Played 16 innings the next night. That reminded Mike Matheny of a beating 1998. He took that cost him a bunch of teeth, and he played the next night as well. It's a strike to Moss. This is hard to watch. Rich Loisel of the Pirates.
Yeah, that was a bigger hit, I think, than the one Holliday took. And that's a nice way to get hit in the face.
Mike Matheny is the toughest man alive. I assume that sign was hung the next night at County Stadium.
I won't tell the Mandelbaums. There'll be a fight.
High towering drive off the bat of Brandon Moss, and it'll go. And it's 2-0.
Of course he did.
First homer against a lefty.
Just the third one allowed to a left-handed batter by John Lester this year. It's your fourth home run replay. Cut fastball that stayed out over the heart of the plate for Moss.
There's Molina 2 for 2.
That's one of those guys, big time power, that uppercut swing, fun guy to watch take BP. John Lester came into the start with a 6-2 record here at Wrigley this year, a 1.99 ERA. He'd won his last 5 starts here, and those ball games had a 154. That 1.99 ERA for John, good for third best on his team. 6th best in the league. Hendricks has got a 119 here. Arrieta 171. Hamill also with a 199. These pitchers have made this cozy ballpark play awfully big. That and the fact that it has not blown out very often this year, it certainly helps.
Shallow center, Fowler long run in, but he's got time to get there, and he does. 2 outs.
On Wednesday, August 17, Cubs take on the Brewers. 7:05 for the first pitch, and up to the first 10,000 early arriving fans will receive a Cubs Beach tote bag presented by Las Vegas. For more information and ticket availability, visit Cubs.com. Stun your friends with this bit of trivia. On this date in Cubs history, 1941, for the first time ever, the Cubs hit back-to-back home runs at Sportsman's Park in St. Louis.
That's 3 in a row.
3 in a row.
How many backs? 3 backs.
Back. Phil Cavarretta.
Okay.
Stan Hack.
Yep.
Bill Nicholson.
The lefty, Phil?
Bill.
Oh, Bill. Bill Nicholson?
Bill Nicholson.
Oh, Phil Mickelson. I say, I didn't know he played for the Cubs.
Yeah. Speaking of that, and this is just completely random, did you know that Bert Convy played minor league baseball? Remember Bert Convy, the old game show host and actor? Yeah.
Really?
Yep. You may remember him from Tattletales.
I do.
I was looking on Baseball Reference the other day, looking at birthdays a few days ago, maybe a couple weeks ago, and I'm scrolling through the list and I see Bert Convy, and I go, could it be? And so I Googled him. Yeah, sure enough, Bert Convy played some minor league ball. Gene Rayburn, however, did not, as far as I know.
You got a better microphone, though. Ball in the air this time. Coughlin makes the catch. And the inning comes to an end. Home run by Moss. Makes it 2-0. We'll see Anthony Rizzo in this inning. After Chris Bryant, it's 2-0. Here's Bryant. Look out. Tailing fastball in on his hands. One and one.
$40,597 on hand for the proceedings here tonight.
There's a base hit out in the left center. Aggressive turn by Chris. It's a leadoff single.
You play the game, turn it hard, put yourself in position to take advantage of a mishandle.
Just keep knocking on that door. They've had their chances, and another one here. Hey, we'd like to welcome all our viewers watching on Oneida Cablevision in Knox County, Illinois.
A lot of times when you look at the splits on a starting pitcher, you'll see third time through the order, pretty significant jump in the batting average against and slugging, but not so much with Martinez. Third time through, opposing hitters batting just .231 against him.
Two and 0.
I showed you that home run Anthony hit earlier this year against Martinez. He's hit 2 against him in his career. Triple last time. Hitters count here.
Swing and a miss. It was a game-time homer swing. That should drop. It will. Scotty trying to deke Bryant. 2 on, nobody out. Heard that before, right?
Yeah, here we go again. I see outfielders do that a lot. They flash the glove to try to influence a base runner. And I guess for the base runner, the best thing you can do is just watch the feet. If he's still running, likely he's not settling under anything.
Zobrist grounded out with the infield in his last time up and a man at third. Rizzo had to hold. Martinez is thinking double play ball here. And a pitch. Got a piece of it. Nothing in 1.
Zobrist normally really patient on that first pitch too, but in an RBI situation he'll change it up a little bit. I'm guessing fastball there. Back changeups.
See the quizzical look on Zobrist's face. Okay. Wasn't expecting that. Threw him another one.
How about that? Good execution by Martinez, and a tip of the hat to Molina, just recognizing that Ben wasn't recognizing the changeup.
Inside corner strike to Russell. back-to-back singles to start the inning. Up. Not much foul territory, but the wind's going to give Carpenter a chance, and he's got it. The wind giveth, and the wind taketh away. That's the paradox here at Wrigley Field with this small foul territory. When the wind's blowing in, it'll give a batter another chance. When the wind's blowing out, you might buy yourself a homer on a fly ball.
Carpenter finds the barrier, finds Molina, and then makes the play. So, great opportunity.
That's 3 rows back.
Yep. Big chance at redemption here for Hayward. I was interested to read his comments in the paper the other day talking about his season. He said, look, it's not about the numbers at this stage. He knows he's had a bad year. The numbers aren't good. Just whatever you can do on a nightly basis to help your team win a ball game. So much a quick pitch, but a little quicker delivery now from time to time. Culpa doesn't want to make the walk on a hot night, but he's let Molina linger for a long time out there. Discussing pitch, and also probably just trying to give Martinez a little blow here with a very important pitch coming.
Martinez has had to work really hard on a hot night. He's over 100 pitches. Nobody up in their bullpen. He's already wriggled off the hook a few times. Trying to do it again here. Peralta will not get anybody as he tried to hang on to it. Ball trickled away, and the bases are loaded. Infield hit for Hayward, and it'll bring up Coughlin.
Again, the value of just putting the ball in play. Peralta realizing he has no shot at Hayward, just tries a little pump fake there, and the ball squirts out of his hand. Didn't cost him anything.
Two down. Coughlin takes a strike.
He was Leaned heavily on that changeup here tonight.
Side 2-1 on 99. Wind in the pitch. Missed again. Catbird seek for a hitter with the bases loaded. Three-two. Action time with 2 outs. There they go. Here it is. He fouls.
Out of this, he might cartwheel off the field.
Base hit. How about that? Coughlin wasn't even ready. Here comes a throw to the plate. Rizzo's safe. We're tied at 2.
You talk about an emergency hack. That was unbelievable. Check this out. He's just trying to get settled, asking for time, steps back in and rips a 2-run single to right.
Unbelievable.
That's incredible. Molina wanted that ball to come all the way through.
A 2-2 tie. First and third for David Ross. Well, it took 4 hits, but the Cubs got on the board here in the 6th. Joel Smith up in the Cubs bullpen. Seth Maness for the Cardinals. Yeah, you said it, emergency hack. I'm not sure Coughlin was even looking at Martinez when the ball left his hand. Strike 1 on Ross. The bunt by Ross. He's safe. Carpenter off the bag. Cubs lead 3-2. A 2-out bunt by the catcher. Are you kidding me?
The resourceful David Ross, and we've seen him. He's a very good bunter, and certainly has the element of surprise on his side here. Martinez on in pretty good shape, but the throw is offline. And the big fella playing a little small ball.
A 2-out RBI bunt single by David Ross. And it's a 3-2 ball game. Matt Caesar will hit for John Lester. What an inning. Travis Wood in the bullpen. Foul ground. Carpenter makes a catch. A 29-pitch inning. Chris Coughlin with the baseball version of the no-look pass on the game-tying single, and then David Ross giving them the lead on the bunt, 3-2.
Season ticket holder waiting list. Do it today. Claim your spot in our lineup for season tickets. It's easy and free to register. For details, visit Cubs.com/waiting list.
Carlos Martinez not real happy. Travis Wood to Jed Jerko. Cubs lead 3-2.
In terms of cooler abuse, doesn't rank up there with Sean Rodriguez.
Yeah.
Decent snappage.
Was it Jake Taylor from Major League? David Ross did there, the bunt.
That's a heck of an idea.
Tom Berenger, right? Will get in for a hit. Jerko is aboard. That's your salty old manager voice?
Yeah, I remember Taylor stepped out and kind of flashed his own signs down to the manager.
Right. As batters tend to do.
Squeeze. Well, and then Willie Mays Hayes come all the way around to score from second on the play.
Kevin Segrist is up. Here's Garcia.
They tell the tale of way back in the day in the minor leagues, the two-man umpiring crew. They used to put that squeeze on with second and third, and the runner from second wouldn't even come close to touching third. Cut way inside the bag.
Follow in-game live on CSNChicago.com, presented by State Farm. Foul to the left, out of play. Twitter loves Major League. They were all over the Jake Taylor, David Ross comparison. Two and one. Hector Rondon, we won't see him tonight, dealing with a sore tricep, feeling better. They're not going to push it. But the news I've heard is getting better every day. So not sure if we'll see him in action this weekend or not. But with Pedro Strop out, with Rondon down, you are going to see maybe a little more Joe Smith, Justin Grimm, Carl Edwards Jr.
And the recurring theme with this Cub team, they have such a big lead. There's no sense of urgency where you have to push Rondon to make him come back more quickly. You don't necessarily have to replace him on the roster if he's still not going to be available for a few days. Now it may get to that point where they say, you know what, given the amount of time he's been off and what we project going forward, and depending on how these games play out, if all of a sudden you have a long extra inning game and you burn through a bunch of arms, you might have to make an adjustment. Right now, the starting pitching has been so good and gone so deep. Oh, David Ross had a night.
He got him. Jerko could not get back to the bag.
Spectacular work by David Ross. First the bunt, now the pickoff. Jerko crawling helplessly like a man trying to climb out of the quicksand. He's very excited.
Still 3-2. Grandpa can still throw. Swing and a miss, 2 gone.
I call him online, or I guess it was on. Definitely was online. In the St. Louis column, it's just lighting up the Cardinals and their lack of fundamental play. I don't know if it's deserved or not. They made a lot of outs on the bases, questioning a lot of Mike Matheny's decision making. Saw how upset Molina was that Martinez cut that ball coming back into the infield. Martinez should have been behind home plate backing up the play. That's kind of an epidemic in baseball. Pitchers have gotten very sloppy in terms of backing up bases. Yep.
Grichuk replacing Adams on the active roster when Adams went to the DL. Tough year for Randall. He was .216. Fourth from the minors, but he sends one to deep left. Gone. We're tied. First game back in the big leagues, and Grichuk with a big home run.
A big game against the Cubs in St. Louis earlier this year. This club has been absolutely unbelievable in terms of pinch hitting. 350 some average. That's what, the 15th pinch home run they've hit this year. Something crazy like that.
That is the Cardinals' 13th pinch hit home run. Collectively, their pinch hitters are batting .354, and that was going into that at bat. Slugging .646.
Yeah.
One and one on Carpenter. The Wood-Carpenter matchup. One and two. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Another wild Cardinals-Cubs matchup. It'll be a no decision for John Lester. Feathered into center. Base hit. With Piscotty dude, here comes Joe, and he wants another Joe, I think. Side armor Joe Smith. Midas Tire and Auto Service call to the pen. We'll be back. 3-3 in the 7th.
They're from the Bears following their preseason opener with the defending champs, plus the very latest from Rio and much more. Watch Sportsnet Central tonight after Cubs postgame live on CSN Chicago. Bears are playing already? The Bears?
They are playing tonight.
You can't play football in this weather.
Midas Tire and Auto Service call to the pen. And the newest Cubs, Joe Smith.
Yeah, the veteran right-hander, sinker baller. 1-4, 3.89 ERA. 40 games, only 2 so far with the Cubs. Came over August 1st from the Angels. Used to having his name called frequently. Very durable guy.
Trouble. Carpenter on his way to third. Chris Maloney's going to send him. Relay throw by Russell to the plate. He's going to be out. We remain tied as the inning is over, and it's time for the Mazda 7th inning stretch with Ernie Banks on the big board. Fowler batting right-handed against the lefty, Evan Segrist.
Talented left-hander, has picked up 5 wins along the way, a 2.86 ERA, plus heater, real good changeup.
Fouled out of play. What a play to end the top of the 7th. 7 to 6 to 2. Conlon to Russell to Ross to get Carpenter. And we remain tied.
Yeah, the pitchers recorded 1 out in that inning. Defense getting it done. Ross with the pickoff, and then 2 good throws to get Carpenter. Low batting average against Segrist this year, about a $180. He's given up a little more damage, giving up 7 home runs in 44 innings. Last year he allowed just 4 long balls in 74 2/3 innings of work.
It's a foul ball off his leg. Breath by the lefty, and the 2-2, and he got it. Late swing by Fowler. Timeout. Quicken Loans, Rocket Arms. Our pitching comparison, the starters tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine if you went to each manager before the game and said, hey, you get 6 innings out of your guy tonight, and he's going to allow 2 or 3 runs, they both would say, absolutely, I'll take it.
Totally. Yep. Inside to Bryant. That relay to end the inning. I'm sure there are Cardinal fans saying Chris Maloney messed up, but with 2 outs, that to me is a pretty easy sin. I mean, it's got to be 2 good throws to get him. In the air to deep center, and it'll stay in the yard. Piscotty on the edge of the dirt.
Yeah, I think that's a play where 9 out of 10 times the big league third base coach is going to send that man home. A good look at that play of Russell as he's receiving the ball. He's got his shoulders opened up so he doesn't have to take extra time to turn to make that throw home.
Ball 1 to Rizzo.
The learning process for a young player too. Infielders have to know their outfield arm. Some guys you have to go a little deeper on to give them a shorter throw. Other guys can carry the ball a little further. You can stay a little closer to home.
Hustled into right. On the move. Moss makes the belt tie grab after 7. Cubs 3, Cardinals 3. Joe Smith, 1 ball, no strikes to Matt Holliday. They gave up the double to Piscotty, but Carpenter nailed at the plate to end the 7th. The pitch inside.
See the challenge now for Joe Madden with no stroke, no Rondon to piece it together late. Smith stays in the ball game, and Justin Grimm is up in the pen.
Happy one bit about that call, and looks like he's got a beef. 2-1. Swings it in there for a strike. Justin Grimm is up. All the way. Tough part of the order. Moss and Molina to follow. Full count, 3-2.
Holliday, very intense competitor, man. He comes to play every day.
Lead-off walk. Here comes Joe with Moss due. Calls Justin Grimm one of his lefties. His ability to get out left-handed hitters. We'll be back 3-3 in the 8th. Baseball brought to you by T-Mobile. A-Rod will play his final game tomorrow with the Yankees against the Rays, but his final game at Fenway tonight. And you see he made his major league debut in Boston with the Mariners back in '94. First career hit came the next day. 0 for 4 with an RBI tonight, and I was wrong. He was booed last night when he was announced, although I didn't hear the booing. I have to feel like some of it was just kind of out of necessity. That's just what we do.
Yeah.
But it wasn't. It was more friendly booing. Midas Tire and Auto Service called to the pen. Here's Justin Grimm. I look for the good in humanity.
Good-hearted booing.
But yes, they did boo A-Rod.
Everybody's playing their role. Who's the departing villain and the arch enemy.
Yankees beat the Red Sox 4-2. Justin Grimm just back. He replaced Pedro Strop on the roster. Holiday at first, nobody out. Moss homered off Lester in the 6th. He swings and misses. Curveball. That's why Joe likes him against lefties.
Yeah, and you know, part of his struggles this year is because he has not neutralized lefties like he normally does. Only 296 against him, but in the past he's been very good against him. So hoping he can get back to that form. He's off to a good start here.
Swing and a miss, strike 3.
It's a great opportunity for Grimm, and that's the nature of this sport. One man's misfortune, another guy's chance. Grimm was such a big part of this bullpen last year, and for the most part this year, but obviously he had been trending downward and demoted a couple of times. And now due to injury, he's got a chance to elevate that profile yet again.
Good night for Molina, 2 hits. A double and an RBI in his first at bat. Fastball off the outside corner. Pause at the belt. Popped up, shallow center, Fowler in. 2 gone. We'll bring up Johnny Peralta.
Also a pretty aggressive hitter. He likes to attack that first pitch. Grimm starts him with a breaking ball. Peralta able to check. He'll be looking to lean on one here. Got to make a pitch.
Curve and a fastball count. 2-1. Orioles avoided the sweep. They dropped 3 consecutive 1-run games in Oakland before beating the A's today 9-6. 32nd homer for Mark Trumbo was a grand slam. Ground ball to the shortstop Russell. Short throw to Zobrist, and the inning is over. We remain tied 3-3. Nice work, Justin Grimm. Get to Wrigley Field, the Cubs suggest taking public transportation. The Cubs offer a free bike check, now located near the Addison Red Line station. For drivers, the Cubs provide free remote parking and shuttle service on night and weekend games. For info, visit the A to Z guide on Cubs.com. It's getting late. New pitcher, Matt Bowman. Pause in his delivery, and ball 1 to Ben Zobrist.
A lot of run on that 2-seam fastball. Bowman, a rookie, 1-4 with a 365 earned run average.
Aroldis Chapman is cranking it up in the home bullpen, so he'll get the 9th. Either a tie or a lead.
40 appearances for Bowman, all out of the bullpen. He had been primarily a starting pitcher throughout his minor league career. That was in the Mets system.
to the pitcher. 1 out.
Hey, we got to wish good luck and a speedy recovery to Todd Hollinsworth, who's also having knee surgery tomorrow. Holly getting things cleaned up a little bit. So we'll wheel Holly out now. We wheel Pedro in.
Didn't ask Todd what caused the injury, if it was just general baseball-y stuff from his career, or he's out playing ice hockey or something. Who knows? But yes, I hope it goes well tomorrow. 1-1 on Russell. Shot out into the alley. Could be 2. Will be 2. Go-ahead runs at second with 1 out.
Second reach for Addison tonight. He walked back in the second inning. Hit the big late home run last night, and now 1 out double. Revving that engine.
Hayward 1 for 3. And he takes a strike.
What would your signature move be if you got a base hit? If that was in vogue back in the day. You'd act like you've been there before.
Yeah. Yes. Change up. 0-2. Might just clap twice.
Yeah. Mash your helmet down on top of your head. A couple claps.
Off the mound, and he'll look to Carpenter for the out. Runner at third, 2 gone. Hefty home run leaderboard. Bryant homering Sunday and then Tuesday, so he's got 28, 4 ahead of Anthony Rizzo. Russell tying last year's rookie total. Well, if the Cardinals keep this game tied, they're going to have to try to get it done against Aroldis Chapman in the 9th. At home, you use that closer in a tie.
Chris Coghlan here
tied it up in the 6th.
Yeah, this would be his new move. He's really good there. See, you don't overthink it. And there's a look again at Martinez cutting that ball off in front of a frustrated Molina.
Oh, I got a great suggestion on Twitter. I could do the air guitar thing. First after a hit. The solo. Hold that last note.
I like it. And if you get a really big RBI, you'd start windmilling.
Do the Pete Townsend stuff.
I want to see a guy go out there and do the burning.
Hold on. 2-2.
we go. Oh, man. Step out, step in, hit a rocket. Sung Hwan Oh is now the closer for the Cardinals. Rosenthal, they're taken out of that role. Now he's on the DL.
Bowman will make all 3 plays. And that will send us to the 9th in a 3-3 tie.
That app. Stay up to the moment at any moment with game day, live game video highlights, StatCast news, and more. Download MLB.com at bat, the #1 app for live baseball on your phone and tablet.
Bryant goes third to left. Javi Baez comes in to play third, and Aroldis Chapman is on to pitch. Baez goes into the 9 spot. So he will bat second in the bottom of the 9th.
Chapman picked up the save last night. Faced 3 batters, struck them all out. Reached 104 miles per hour with the fastball.
Hit hard, but right at Baez.
An impressive swing of the bat. I'm going to hang with him for Jed Jerko. Baez, the new guy, tested early. He made a spectacular play in the ball game last night, ranging to his left.
Garcia is lined out, grounded out, and struck out. Baez again, and he picked it clean.
Oh, they're loving it. And that's such a hard play off the left-handed bat. Just a reaction play.
Now chanting Javi, Javi. Tommy Pham, pinch hitting. So Chapman with a real quick inning. Is that 3 pitches?
Yep.
Look at that. That might be a first in his career. He's used to those 9-pitch innings, strikeouts. Joe really wants the Cubs to win this game right now, as every manager would. But if you look at the bullpen situation, that 3-pitch inning by Aroldis Chapman could loom very large. He's used Wood. He's used Smith. He's used Grimm. Chapman's going to probably come back with a 10th, right? After throwing 3 pitches if needed, because you've got Mike Montgomery left. They've been very careful with Carl Edwards Jr., and he pitched last night. So
yeah,
if he's not available, Mike Montgomery might be it.
Yeah. Montgomery's starting to warm up now. It just depends on where they are with running Chapman back out there for a 2nd inning.
Well, the fact that Montgomery's playing catch would lead you to believe that he would pitch the 10th. And he could give you a few innings. But
yeah, and I think it goes back to like we talked about earlier with Rondon and everything. You know, there's no real sense of urgency. This is back-to-back days for Chapman. So they may be thinking, yeah, it was an awfully quick inning, but 1 and done is good.
Song 1-0. It's 1-1 on David Ross.
It's his best pitch. He's got a swing and miss slider.
So because of the bullpen situation, and we've seen this before, this could affect how Joe manages this 9th inning. He might be more aggressive than he normally would, because I don't think he's looking at a possible 13-14 inning game. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Baez will get a big hand after the defense, and is quickly becoming one of Wrigley Field's favorites.
You know he's going to come out of his shoes at least once in this at-bat.
Right there, and he fouled back.
Had a pitch. It's been tough to hit. Batting average below 200 for both right and left-handed batters.
Is their closer. Matheny using him in a tie game to try to get this into extras, and he might be looking across at Joe's bullpen and deciding to use his closer early for that reason. I like the closer on the road in a tie game. A lot of managers like to save them. Back-to-back Ks for O.
Well, and that's why I like multiple options late in game. I like to have the option to turn the ball over to somebody else. You know, if you do use your closer on the road in a tie game, it's nice to hand the ball to a guy who's been out there picking up a save or two along the way in the 9th inning.
And the idea of using your closer earlier is that you may never get that lead to use him later. Second outing in as many days, but 5-pitch inning last night against the Reds, and he had not pitched in 5 days before that. He's looking nasty here tonight.
Yeah, he's just the spin on his slider. Hitters just have a real hard time picking it up.
Two and one. Ouch.
He's 34 years of age. Long career in Korea and Japan. Earned the nickname Stone Buddha.
We will go to the 10th. Oh, strikes out the side. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side.
Well, this is almost unfair for Mike Montgomery. He has not been out there in a while, but that's the nature of the beast. Having a very nice year with the Mariners before being traded over here to the Cubs. Overall 3-5 with a .262.
Wilson Contreras now catching. Thought Joe might consider Finding Chapman for another inning after throwing just 3 pitches in the ninth. But as you said, just keeping the closer to 1 and done.
And I think just given the nature of the standings, no real sense of urgency, and that's a challenge for a manager too, because everybody has that competitive edge, and you get into a game like this, and you tend to want to push guys if you think they're the right guy for the job. But big picture, probably makes sense to move on from Chapman here tonight.
Ground ball to Zobrist off the bat of Carpenter. 1 out. Piscotty.
This is just Mike's 3rd appearance with the Cubs. Or check that, 5th appearance with the Cubs, first since July 31st. Worked a couple times in that series here against the Mariners, his former club.
Shortstop Russell. Cubs are 4-3 in extras. Cardinals 2-2, just their 5th extra innings game. Cubs are looking for their 10th consecutive win. Something they haven't pulled off in a season since 2001. Takes a strike. Nobody up in the Cardinal pen. Oh, needed 14 pitches to get through the 9th.
Yeah, and so from the Cardinals' perspective, definitely a sense of urgency, so they're going to ask a little bit more.
Oh! Not get his helmet or the bat or his hand, or a little bit of a combination. He is in pain. I'm not sure, though, he's going to be given first base. Ron Kulpa has not yet made a signal. Matheny's more concerned about the health of Holiday.
You can definitely hear bat, but I'm guessing I got the hand as well. Either that or Holiday's worthy of an Academy Award.
Well, it looked like maybe the hand and the bat as he let go of the bat. Kind of rattled around there, and he was deemed to have been hit by that pitch. Chris Bosio will head to the mound.
Much is he? He's coming out now.
He's done. So I'm sure they'll do some x-rays, make sure nothing's broken. That can be a very dangerous situation. Hand area. And they've had a lot of hand issues, right, with Peralta and Diaz.
Yeah.
Jeremy Hazelbaker will run for him.
Didn't Yachty, wasn't that what he dealt with last year? Thumb or wrist?
Yep.
Cardinals don't run much at all. They've only stolen 26 bases all year. They've been caught 19 times, so they've not been stealing many bases, and they have not been particularly efficient when they try. Hazelbaker 5 out of 7.
Breaker for a strike.
Yeah, good touch on that curveball tonight for, having not been out there for a while. A good feel for the breaking pitch. He throws the cutter slider as well as the curveball and the change. The curveball is his best secondary pitch. Mike originally drafted by the Kansas City Royals 2008. He was a supplemental pick after the first round, number 36 overall. Traded from the Royals to the Rays, all as a minor leaguer.
Back-to-back curves to get ahead 1-2.
Reached the big leagues with the Mariners last year, made 16 starts, went 4-6 with a 460 earned run average.
Contreras will fire to first. And Hazelbaker back safely. Cardinals led 2-0. Cubs led 3-2. St. Louis tied it. Pinch hit home run Randall Grichuk in the 7th. No runs since. Yes, the Cubs took the lead on a 2-out bunt single by David Ross. It was a wild bottom of the 6th. 3-2.
Rizzo will move behind Hazelbaker at first. And he'll be going with the pitch.
Swing and a miss. And the inning is over. Montgomery with a scoreless 10th.
Wrong. It's just, I think it's called respect. A lot of respect from us to them, from me to them, based on a tremendous tradition that they've built up. And also, I think that, again, I've talked about that before, it should bring out the best in everybody, them and us. If you can't get up for playing these particular games, then just, do something else.
Yep, well said by Joe Madden. You go back a year ago today, and the Cubs were a distant 8.5 out. And right in the kind of the early stages of their great 2-month run to end the season. And the Cardinals were on their way to a 100-win campaign. Oh, against Bryant, bottom 10, swing and a miss. Fouled off first base side, out of play. There it is. Still 0-2.
Molina clearly has trust in O's ability to make that pitch with a fastball inside.
O's 1-2. Ball hit out of play, off to the right. Three tie, bottom of the 10th. Earlier today, the Rockies beat the Rangers 12-9 in Arlington. Rookie David Dahl, an outfielder, has tied a modern day record. He's got a 17-game hitting streak to start his career. Two teams will be right back at it tomorrow afternoon. Broken bat roller to first. Carpenter's got it. Close at first. Save. Bryant with a head first slide.
Cardinals will likely challenge this one.
We will have a Foresight Technology replay review.
The feet of Carpenter, the hand of Bryant. Who gets there first? It looked like Bryant beat him. It's a play where both individuals, if they stay upright, are going to get there a little bit faster, but you run the risk of a huge collision if that is the case.
I don't think it's overturnable.
No. This might
give
you a little different look.
Wow.
They're going to have to look at that one frame by frame. I don't think you can overturn that.
No, I don't.
And I don't think it had been called the other way. You could have overturned it either.
Pretty important call. Cubs could have the winning run on base with nobody out. He is safe. respected 90.
Sells out of the box. Headlong dive. Great hustle play by Bryant. His second hit of the night.
The fact that his bat broke helped him. Slowed down that roller to Carpenter. All right, so Peralta is covering the entire left side of the infield.
No, I don't bunt.
Okay. Didn't even have to ask. Well, Peralta moves in. He's at the edge of the grass. Rizzo takes a ball off the inside edge.
The only time bunt would be called for here is if Anthony was just absolutely scuffling and he felt really bad in the box and he didn't see the ball well off a particular pitcher. Otherwise, you want him trying to drive the ball.
Empty Zach Duke in their bullpen. Their outfield alignment. By the way, Moss is in left, Hazelbaker center, Piscotty right. Moss started the game in right. Piscotty was in center. Peralta backs up. 3-0. Two-game swing tonight. Cubs will be up either 13 or 11 on the Cardinals. Three-0 swing and line foul. Anthony cracked his bat.
Same deal there with Rizzo, the hitter, 3-0. You're going to turn him loose, give him a chance to win the ball game.
Popped him up. Peralta. First out. Zobrist.
For 3 plus a walk tonight for Ben. He's been swinging it well lately. .333 over his last 19 games.
It's by Bryant on his way to second. No throw by Molina. Winning run at second.
Trying to go down and away, and just pulls that ball all the way across the plate. Molina not able to get over and block it. Tries to pick it, can't do it. Winning run in scoring position. Hitters count for Zobrist. Things aligning nicely here for the Cubs.
Back-to-back 3-0 counts. He came back to get Rizzo, but he walks Zobrist. It's not the worst result for O once Brian got to second.
Yeah, and I think that was the approach once he fell behind Zobrist. The base open. Fresh start with a new count. He always has that look of calm about him in these big situations.
This has been his ballpark. Right. Steps off.
And his outfield tightens up a little bit here with the winning run on second base and 1 out.
Swinging and a miss. That is a nasty slider. Got him. It's his money pitch. He's got 4 strikeouts here in these 2 innings, and now it's Hayward with 2 outs, winning run at second. Here we go, the pitch. Knocked him up. Here's second base, and it's caught by Jerko as Zobrist came together with, I believe, Garcia near the bag. So that's the inning. We go to the 11th, 3-3. All season long, Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. Great to have you with us. Dramatic ball game tonight. 3-3 as we go to the 11th. Zobrist and Garcia coming together at second base, but it was Jerko to make the play. Montgomery out for his second inning of work.
Wood, Smith, Grimm, Chapman have all worked out of the Cubs bullpen along with Montgomery tonight.
On strike to Molina. First time since '08 he missed the All-Star team. Probably enjoyed the break toward the middle and a base hit. That's his third hit here tonight. Can we call that a seeing eye single?
Yeah, he just kind of nudged that one up the middle. RBI single in the first off Anthony Rizzo's glove. Double in the fourth, and now this leadoff knock. Nothing going on in the Cardinal bullpen.
Neither bullpen is busy. Peralta. Breaking ball strike.
Maybe Mike Matheny figures, well, I was probably down for a couple days anyway. I might as well keep riding them.
0-2. No update on Matt Holliday other than he is getting x-rays on his right hand. After getting hit by a pitch, and he walked down to first and then exited in that 10th inning.
Got to be careful not to leave that off-speed pitch up in a 2-strike count. Long, hot night at the ballpark. Not many have left.
Phone says it's 86 degrees. Called strike 3. It's just about as warm as it was when we started. It's his second strikeout. And it brings up Jerko.
Gotta be careful with this guy.
Yeah, low average and on base, but he can slug. Ball got out of the Cardinal pen. Some time called.
He has hit 8 home runs since July 18th. Tied for second best in Major League Baseball. Hit home runs in both ends of a doubleheader twice in July.
John Lackey is up in the bullpen for the second time in a couple of weeks in extras.
And now there is action in the Cardinal bullpen. It looks like Zach Duke warming.
Chopper foul. 2-2.
Travis Wood has already pitched and left the ball game, so we know he can't go play left field and then come in and pitch. Right. It's not going to happen here tonight.
Rondon is on the active roster, but not available. Looks like Joe wants to stay away from Carl Edwards Jr., who worked last night. Molina will hold at first. He knows about the kid's arm. He's not going to test it.
The arm and the feet. Contreras so quick, pouncing on balls.
It's the kind of night you tell Hector, don't even go down to the bullpen.
Also the kind of night we say, Hector, why on earth are you wearing a hoodie? It's a slave to fashion.
Recognized Lackey when he got up to throw because those pant bottoms hiked up to the kneecaps. Close, didn't get it. 3-2, and he walked him on the payoff pitch. Good at bat by Jerko. Turns into no at bat. Real free and easy out there as he's getting loose. We'll have a pinch runner here. Is this Mike Leake for Molina? Yep.
Yeah, he's there, Travis Wood. Very good athlete.
Catcher is Alberto Rosario. Pena's on the disabled list. Leake is the scheduled starter Sunday night against John Lackey. By Contreras, 2-0 on Garcia.
It's Colton Long out on deck.
Hey, we're not even in September yet. We'd be looking at, 11th reliever and 8th pinch hitter for each team. Throw to second, hits Leake. Meantime, 3-0 on the batter.
Pickoff attempt could have been suggested by Chris Bosio when he went out there. It's not like you need to encourage Wilson Contreras to throw to the bases.
Right. Swing and a miss. He's back in it. Full count, 3-2.
Garcia's got a pretty discerning eye. He takes a lot of walks, so you're going to have to make a pitch here unless he just gets a little jumpy. Lets the moment get the best of him.
He struck him out. Nice comeback by Montgomery.
He did indeed make a pitch on the plate, bottom of the knees to get Garcia.
Colton Wong off the bench.
Yeah, Ron Culpa's working hard back there tonight. I mean, it's a hot night for that umpire. Getting down with every pitch. He's
Ball
grinding.
gets away, and both runners advance. The Cubs are out of bullpen. They've got Soler and Montero available on their bench. When we go to the bottom of this inning and Rosario comes in to catch, that'll be the entire position player bench for Mike Matheny. He's in better shape in his bullpen than is Joe Madden. Almost hit him. Long spending some time back in the minor leagues this season. He was there for less than 2 weeks. As he walks and they're loaded. That was not ideal with a guy like Carpenter on deck.
No, one of the toughest at-bats in the game. One out of 5 tonight. Check out those numbers.
Due to make an out. The pitch to Carpenter is in for a strike. There your runners leak at third, Jerko at second, Wong at first.
Carpenter, one of the better two-strike hitters in the game.
Contreras knocked it down. There's those quick feet you were talking about.
Jack be nimble.
Contreras making sure he and Montgomery are on the same page. Three tie, 11th inning. The 1-2 to Carpenter. He struck him out. Excellent work by Mike Montgomery. He hasn't been used very often since he became a Cub, but 2 scoreless innings. And we go to the bottom of the 11th. Still knotted up at 3 apiece. Season long, Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. Veteran left-hander Zach Duke is on for the Cardinals here in the bottom of the 11th. He was acquired from the Chicago White Sox on the final day of July.
Duke's been around a long time now. Came up as a starting pitcher for the Pirates. Rosario now into catch.
Duke is tied for the major league lead in appearances. 58 coming in, so this will be number 59 if my math is correct.
It's good work, yeah. Good ciphering.
10 straight scoreless appearances, including 5 with his new team. Contreras at the plate for the first time tonight, takes a strike.
Yeah, Duke, finesse guy, lots of sinkers. Looking to coax ground balls.
Young Molly DeJeter is up late, hoping the Cubs can pull this one out. Turning 5 today. Happy birthday, Molly. 1-1. Drop for a base hit. Contreras is on to start the 11th. Jorge Soler.
Brandon Hyde immediately in the air of Contreras down there at first base, giving him the lowdown on Zach Duke.
Soler batting for Montgomery. A lot of incentive to win this game right now. Well, John Lackey will have to work in the 12th. Tap foul.
Find something you can get airborne here if you're Soler. impressive since coming off the disabled list.
Jonathan Broxton.
Soler has made 4 starts since coming off the DL. He's hit safely in all 4 of them. A couple of home runs in that series in Oakland.
Right at the plate. Marlins idle. Cardinals trying to jump a half a game ahead of them. The second wild card spot. Pirates a 4-0 winner over the Padres earlier. So they're 2 games back. Mets are 3 out after they got swept by Arizona. Foul pop up over near the Cardinal dugout and no play.
Jamison Taillon for the Pirates tonight with 8 shutout innings.
Duke has a sign from Rosario. Outside for a ball, 3-2. Contreras a runner at first, nobody out. Here's a pitch. Tap foul to Baez, the on deck hitter. Very Pressey staying alive.
Why doesn't he play downtown?
Only 1 foul.
Or perhaps Quando.
Another 3-2. This will be a fair ball, and Soler's going to reach. 2 on, nobody out.
Oh, it's a thing of beauty. Little flare off the end of the bat for Contreras to get it started. Now Soler with a swinging bunt base hit. Zach thinking, what did I do to deserve this? It'll be Broxton for Baez. Again, hanging in there, putting the ball in play. We saw it earlier with a little chop single, infield single that Hayward had back in the 6th. Put it in play. Well, maybe it won't be Broxton.
Entire Cardinal infield on the mound as he talks strategy.
Yeah, so here's the situation from Matheny's point of view. You've got Baez up there who has worn out left-handed pitching this year. That's got to scare you a little bit. But Duke's probably his best chance of getting a ground ball double play in this situation. And Duke probably better equipped to make a play on a bunt for you than Broxton. That's a question for Joe. Do you take the bat out of Baez's hands with all the damage he's done against left-handed pitching this year?
Carpenter and Peralta pulled in. Cardinals thinking they're going to bunt. Baez, however, takes a strike. Perfectly placed by Duke. The Mother's Day Marathon against the Nationals ended with a Baez home run. Blake Trinan.
And he might put the bunt on now. Nope.
A little appeal, and he held, according to Chris Conroy. And Gary Jones wants a word with Baez.
It's quite possibly he put it on and he didn't see it. Motioning along to Duke of Earl. Pressure's really getting to him.
Strike two on a curveball after he showed bunt.
Yeah, you know, he may have wanted him to bunt throughout the at bat. I don't think so. I think he was going to see if he could get a favorable count, maybe jump on something early. But once Duke painted that first pitch fastball down and away, I think that's when they went to the bunt. Javi missed it, didn't see the sign, and then another good pitch on the breaking ball.
By Rosario. Keep that ball in front of him. Wind still blowing it, maybe harder than at any point tonight. Straight out to center. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 2 on, nobody out. Here's the pitch. Pulled in the air, left field. Coming on and making the grab is Moss. The basket catch for the first out.
For a moment there that ball might drop in, but Moss able to run under it.
Fowler batting right-handed. Oh for 5 tonight. And a pitch. Wide for a ball.
Odds are in his favor, aren't they? Nothing for 5.
Is still packed. Very few have left with Game nearing the 11 o'clock hour, but not many. It's low, 2-1. Luke has his sign. And it's 2-1 to Fowler. 3-1.
Croxton's ready to go out there in the Cardinal bullpen. Bryant is on deck.
Yeah, John Lackey's been standing out in the Cub bullpen for about a half hour. He started to get loose in the last half inning. He walked in. They're loaded.
Well, what a great disciplined, mature approach by Fowler. Having a tough night, 0 for 5. You see where a guy might be a little antsy trying to do something heroic. He was not going to go out of the zone.
Duke is one of 2 lefties in the Cardinal bullpen Segrist used earlier. That's where the lefty-righty thing comes in handy, because while Bryant is coming up, Rizzo is on deck. So if Matheny were to go with a right-hander, and if he gets Bryant, he'll have to face Rizzo. Cardinals will play their infield in.
Proverbial rock in a hard place.
Yep. Not all the way in. They possibly could turn 2 if they get a hard hit grounder up the middle. Called strike to Bryant. You know, the very wild pitch is in play here at Wrigley Field, as it was twice on the last homestand.
Good point. Bryant has been one of the toughest men to double up in baseball this year.
Foul. 0-2. Winning run at third, Wilson Contreras. Cubs are 90 feet away from their 10th consecutive win. And a 13-game lead. The 0-2 got him. A huge strikeout for Duke on the curveball.
Chris usually pretty good about laying off that breaking ball. He got a little antsy here. Duke wins a big battle.
Well, you know, Anthony is thinking short. Just needs to get something to the outfield here. The blue pit will win it. Does not need to hit a grand slam in this spot. What happened to the C on his helmet?
It melted off.
Need to swing the bat. Anthony Rizzo right now looks like a guy from the old Stratomatic games in the cover. He couldn't put the logos on.
Anthony just 1 out of 9 in his career against Zach Duke.
2-1. side, 3-1.
Rizzo's been so good in late game situations. See the big exhale by Duke.
Contreras, by the way, is 40 feet down the third base line. The pitch. Ball 4. Cubs win. Cubs win. They walk it off in the 11th. That's 10 in a row.
Zach Duke exasperated with Ron Kopel, the home plate umpire. He's got a beef. It was a pretty good-looking pitch. But it's a walk-off walk for Anthony Rizzo. Boy, what a job by Mike Montgomery. 2 big innings out of that bullpen. Lackey does not have to come into this game. And a heartbreaker for the Cardinals, boy. They use a lot of resources in this ball game tonight. They won't have O for tomorrow and maybe not the next day.
Pitch. That's where Anthony's standing right on top of the plate.
Yep, we see that a lot.
Advantage.
Yep, the umpire oftentimes influenced by where he is in the box. Sometimes it works against him off the plate away. Sometimes it works in his favor on the inside part.
Lots of options here for the toast of the game, which is presented by Binny's Beverage Depot. We're going to give it to David Ross, defense and offense. Nearly hit a home run in that at bat, and then the 2-out bunt hit to give the Cubs the lead in the 6th. Binny's Beverage Depot is the official champagne provider of the Chicago Cubs. Cubs win 4-3 and 2 in a row. Kelly Kroll chatting with Wilson Contreras.
Yeah, that's right. Well, you got that 11th inning started there, if you will, and then you watch Anthony Rizzo, a walk-off walk once again for this team. But gosh, Wilson, what's it like? 10 in a row tonight beating the Cardinals here.
I mean, I think we didn't think about win the game. We just trying to win the inning, like Joe Maddon said, like just trying to win the inning. And the big we never give up. We just gonna keep playing hard, and I'll be ready for everything.
Let's rewind a little bit and talk about Mike Montgomery there and the big out he had against Matt Carpenter. Walk us through that at bat and what you're looking for.
I mean, we were looking for a strikeout ground ball. He has a nice stuff. He's a really good guy with big experience. So I went out there and I talked to him and I said, like, you want to follow me and make your pitches. That we did.
I see you taking in the crowd right now. All of these people staying here till well past 11 o'clock to watch you guys beat the Cardinals tonight. Just your emotions as you continue on in this season for yourself, too.
I mean, I want to appreciate the crowd to stay here for us. And like I said before, I'll be here to do everything for my team and be the best.
All right, Wilson, enjoy this one more time. Thanks for joining us again.
Thank you.
All right, there you guys go. Wilson Contreras, Cubs 10 in a row as they take the first from the Cardinals tonight.
Kelly, thank you. 13-game lead, and make sure you sleep fast. We'll be back here early tomorrow as well, and we're back on CSN for Cubs baseball next Wednesday night, 7 o'clock Central. Cubs and the Brewers, Game 3 of the upcoming 4-game set. More to come on Blue Cross Blue Shield Cubs post-game live. Stay with us.